Hello everybody, how are you doing tonight? We're back to play some Dreadfarer. I'm excited to continue this little story that we've been making. How are y'all doing tonight? How's everybody? Siegfried, Bill, Beppo, Mektel, hi Lilith, hi Sora, hi y'all. Yes, it's another gaming stream where I play my own game. Very self-indulgent. So, if you missed it, we've already played 2 streams of this game. We're continuing the same character until she dies, or we find a good ending for her. She's still kicking though. She's doing actually pretty well, surprisingly, despite being like Omega cursed. But let's start with the basics. For the people who are just joining us right now, maybe don't know what Dreadfarer is. What is Dreadfarer? Dreadfarer is a solo TTRPG. It's a journaling game, so the only thing you need to play this game is yourself, the book, which you can get in digital, and it'll look like this, like a PDF you can scroll through, or you can pre-order in physical. We're still physical pre-orders are still open, so get yours if you do want it as an actual little book. And a D20 and a D4, two pretty basic dice or die that you can get, or you can just use a dice rolling app on your phone or anything like that if you don't have any on hand. And of course, something to write and to draw if you're so inclined. Dreadfarer is a game about just filling out a journal of your adventures through this strange place called Lemuria. Lemuria is a weird new continent that suddenly pops up. It doesn't pop up, like the outside world discovers around the start of the 20th century. And you are one of those people just going there and learning about it, exploring it, or maybe being evil. You can be anything. We'll go into the rules a little bit more as we play, because I don't want to re-explain the rules every time. But two really important things: you can get this game in a digital version. That's on the itch page. It looks like this. I'm gonna copy both links. Hold on, so I can have them pinned. So, wait, they disappear. Digital. And the physical version, which, hold on, loading here. Right there, that's the physical version. I'm gonna put in, obviously if you get the physical version, you also get a digital code. Okay, so let me pin these on the chat so you don't have to like remember these links. Okay, perfect. So those will be pinned on the top of the stream in case you want to get it yourself. Yeah, the physical versions are still open. You can see, you know, it'll actually look like this. It's quite a hefty book. Look at this. Look how thick this is. Oh wait, it is a smaller preview, but you can definitely see how thick it's become. It's a lot of writing in this book, y'all. So hopefully that's something you think it's worth supporting. It's been in the works for an entire year, so. And I'm gonna say, if you get the physical version, you can get the Explorer Edition, which, oh, it doesn't show up here, but if you click here, the Explorer Edition as well, which gets you not only the book, but a physical map of the region that you can print, or that is printed, so like you can unfold it, it's like an actual traveler's map. You get one of these patches, And you get 5 postcards of the five main areas. Hey Spooky, welcome. Glad you can catch the stream. Thanks for making a command, Sora. It's appreciated. Wait, what's your world account, Spooky? Cardboard Revolution, thank you for the follow. Yeah, in any case, we are gonna keep playing a little bit of Dreadfarer as we finish up the digital version. The physical version hasn't been printed yet, so if you backed this on Kickstarter when we put out the Kickstarter, you know, we still haven't like done the full batch of printing the physical version because we're still like ironing out the details, cleaning up some writing, finding like little typos and things like that slipped through to, you know, sort of fix things up, make it look as good as possible. And as an extra thing, we're going to take some of the little sketches I've done for this playthrough, and I'm just going to choose some of my favorite ones, like this one's pretty nice, for example. And we're gonna, I'm gonna scan them at the end, and then we're gonna put them in the actual book, which will serve as like mini illustrations around the edges of the, you know, the encounter pages and stuff. So yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. Tomorrow, we're also going to do some like photo manipulation art for it, which you're seeing here on the edge, by the way, if you're wondering. That's the actual cover of the game. And there's a PDF for the game. So we're going to be scrolling through this a bunch throughout the game. But first, I guess we should do a little review of what who our character is and what she's gone through so far. Probably not creatures, Bill, but we're gonna do some, I think, locations that we're missing. No, actually, we're missing a couple artifacts. There are, just to give you a quick rundown of the game, like the space in the game. Dreadfarer takes place in a made-up continent called Lemuria. Fan here, so I don't overheat. It takes place in a continent called Lemuria, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, not really specified. And it has 4 land masses, which I'm going to pull up. I'm going to pull them up on screen so we can have them. Here. Okay, that's the map. 4 land masses. We've already seen a little bit of those 4 main land masses. This one is Syrah, which is like a desert-themed area. This one's Motag, which is mountainous. This one's Lazarak, which is sort of a volcanic landscape, volcanic hellscape, basically. And Desangle, which is sort of like a jungles and wetlands. Then there's a 5th secret area called the Akaura Sea, so that's going to be underwater horrors. And a 6th, even more secret area, which we're not going to visit during this playthrough. But in order to actually visit it, you'll need to solve some little things that are hidden throughout the book. I'm not going to spoil it. That's up for you guys when you actually find it. The way to get there is a bit of a secret. So we're not going to spoil that this playthrough. This character is not going to go to the 6th secret area, but that's fine because she's going to do great on those 5 main ones. It's a game you can totally play without even like seeing that 6th area. It's sort of an extra little present for those who are dedicated. So, our character, and there's a character sheet. It's kind of ugly, but I've just been like erasing and like doing like the stats, the money. You got 3 stats. You got money, HP, and corruption. So depending on your decisions, your corruption increases. You can gain curses. And our character here has gained 5 curses already. If you get 10 curses, you're so cursed that you basically like die. So yeah, it's one of the ways to lose the game is getting 10 curses. So she's halfway there. Her name is Carolina. She's named after my sister. And there's a bit of backstory for her. She was raised rich in a happy family, but one day she started hearing a voice, strange voice, calling her to some place in the ocean. And she tries to drown this voice in alcohol, and it doesn't work. She tries to get rid of this voice, but the voice keeps following her until at some point she decides, you know, she becomes convinced that she needs to follow this voice, which leads her to this continent, to Lemuria. This is one of the 20 backstories you can get. If you wanna, you can make your own character completely from scratch, right? But there are 20 like character bases, so you can roll the 20 and choose like, oh, I got number 14, so you go to like the number 14 here, and you use this character as a base, right? So ours actually started with a curse called the Voice. This curse makes her every 2 expeditions, which is like one of the gameplay loops, right? Every 2 expeditions, she doesn't actually get a choice of where to go. She has to roll a die, and based on the die, it decides for her what's the next area, because the voice is calling her and she needs to follow, right? So she started with that curse, which makes us go to places sort of randomly sometimes. It's a fun little, and we used it as a base for the gameplay and the character as well. Right. So that's where our story starts. She's been called by a strange voice to this weird land of Lemuria. Thanks for adding the command, Sora. So, the base for our character is she's a religious fanatic. She has been convinced by this voice that, you know, she's listening to the words of God, or a god that is calling her. And what she's writing, instead of being a diary, it's sort of her gospel. It's a recount of her adventures, but, you know, it's written as like meant to be a religious text of sorts. So she calls it the Gospel of the Holy Father, who is like the personality or the character that she associates with this voice she's hearing. She calls it the Father. Okay. All of this is not given but to us by the game. The game only gave us the base of our character is hearing a voice and we need to heed it. The rest of it is our own, our own decisions. Should I read the whole thing? It's a bit long, isn't it? I'll skip through. I'll skip through some things. But let's read the first part. His voice has been calling me for years, the voice of the true Father. It leads me to the promised land, which is what she calls it, Miriam. This book is the true scripture, hidden from us by the lying priests. I will travel this land and find the source of his voice, the garden. So that is, we've given her an ultimate goal of sorts, which is this garden. I don't know personally what the garden is going to be. We're going to find out through our adventure. It might just be one of the areas in this game that she happens to have like an interesting experience in or something like that. We'll see as we go. Money is of little meaning. She started with a lot of money, but one of the downsides of her curse is that every time she's following the voice, she has to purchase the most expensive means of travel possible that she can afford. So she starts by blowing all her money on the most luxurious travel to the first area. And she drops into Lazarak, which is this volcanic hellscape area, right? So sparing no expense, I made my way to the land they call Lazarak. In the doomed wastes, an eye looked upon me, and she starts recalling like the things, strange things that start happening in this land. I'm gonna abridge it so we're not like retreading the same steps, but I want to do all the important character things. So she finds her first through one of the encounters, she finds her first artifact called remnants in this game, and it's a weird die that when you roll it, it tells you how many days you have left to live. So we actually roll a die to pretend it's this, and it gives her a 10. So it's actually like the first thing she finds tells her she has 10 days left to live. So we start with a bit of a weird omen, right? But she doesn't understand. She's like, every time I roll it, because she doesn't know what the artifact is, right? Every time I roll it, it lands on a face with 10 markings. Perhaps he tells me to seek this number. Here's the made-up die. Following his voice, I reach a temple. So that's the first actual like artifact like obtained through normal means, because the first one was obtained through sheer luck in the first encounter. So she goes to an area called the Hive, which is like this huge temple thing built out of snaking tunnels of volcanic rock. And there she finds her first artifact, which is a strange smiling mask. When you put this mask on, or you look around you, everything looks small and meaningless to you. And so we decided to play into this, and she believes this mask is the face of the Father. So she believes it's a holy artifact bestowed upon her by this voice that's being like, guiding her. So she decides to, after this first little adventure, you get all the artifacts that you've gotten. So these two in this case, you decide what to do with them. You can either sell them, get a lot of money, but get a lot of corruption. You can give them to a museum, get less money, but very little corruption. You can give them back to whoever would be the true, like its original owner maybe, or give it back to the landscape it belonged to. So you lose corruption that way, but you gain 0 money. Or you can keep it to yourself, which gains you nothing, but it gets you a lot of corruption. So she instantly gets cursed. She gets her second curse pretty much instantly because she decides to keep this strange mask. Because in the story of given it the like she believes this weird smiling mask is the face of her god. So obviously she wouldn't throw it away or sell it, right? I did make a game, Dorian. We're playing through it right now. Gotta let women have hobbies. Exactly, Magdal. So she continues her adventure, stays in Lazarak. After each expedition, you can choose to either stay in the same area, so you can't restock, you can't get any new equipment, but the travel is much cheaper, right? So she decides to stay and just wander around the ashes, and she has a rifle, and this is the first time she actually uses it. Someone starts shooting at her, she shoots back, and this person is scared away, so she isn't hurt. This is not the last time she's gonna solve a problem by shooting a rifle. So we're talking like a Winchester rifle, right? It's a long hunting rifle type thing. So she meets a few other encounters, but soon she comes upon a strange sight. Some stones start rolling through the ashes and land in front of her, and suddenly one huge ancient stone cracks. And inside there is some text. The text is written in her language, and it's written for her. And so she obviously like understands this as a message from the Father. This is one of the encounters you can get, which basically it gives you a corruption, but it also saves you from death once. So it basically gave us like 1-up, but a lot of corruption as well. She believes it's the words of the Father. She writes them down, but then scratches over them, so we don't know what the words said. And she gets her third curse. So the second curse, we're going to go through the curses because they're probably going to come up. The first one, obviously, she started with is called the Voice. Tells her every 2 expeditions, tells her where to go. And she has to use the most expensive means of transport. The second curse she got is the Hunger. The Hunger makes her, every time she gets an artifact, if it is small enough to be edible, and again, that's going to be up to your interpretation, so not of every artifact, but for example, like the die would be one. If an artifact is edible, and she obtains it, she has to throw a d4. If she lands on 1 or 2, she actually eats the artifact and gains 1 max HP. So she can gain max HP, but loses the artifact in the process. The third curse she gets, which was sometime around here, she gets the anglerfish eyes, which means her eyes turn like small and blind, and she can't use lamps anymore, which is one type of item you can get. There's 2 types of lamps. I'm gonna show you the the edits I made for that one. Anglerfish eyes. We're contextualizing this as she's constantly wearing this weird mask, and it's making her sort of blind a little bit. Have you heard of art fights? I've heard of it, but I have never participated. I don't know what it is about. I know it's people making drawings for each other, but I don't quite understand it. Anyway. And instantly she gets another curse. That's her 4th curse that she got really, really quickly. This curse is called Ink Rots. Basically, at any time, we can choose to lower our max HP by 1. We started with 6 HP, which is quite low. We did get to increase it to 7 HP through the Hunger, through this curse, where we eat artifacts later on. But yeah, we can choose at any time to lower our max HP by 1. But in the process, lower our corruption by 1d4. So if we're about to get a 10th curse, or like super close to fucking up because we got too many curses, we can essentially just like sacrifice our health to lower our corruption, so we're less likely to die because we got too many curses. So it's sort of just an option we got. Not too bad of a curse, honestly. So she continues, and she suddenly hears the voice again. She follows it to a ruin that's buried in ash, and she finds the same artifact, which is a very rare occurrence because there's 20 artifacts per area, right? So she landed on the same one, the same mask, which she gave a lot of significance to, and she was carrying physically. In the game's mechanics, if you're already carrying an artifact and you find the same one, the one you find turns out to be a fake, and it just crumbles once you pick it up, right? So you can't have 2 of the same ones, like carry them at once. We recontextualize this a little bit as she sees this mask and she believes it's a false prophet, a mockery of his visage. So she just instantly destroys it out of pure rage. We're gonna eat more artifacts, I bet. We got a 50% chance every time we get one. Her leg was starting to balloon by a plant. That happened too, yes. Okay. She continues in the same area. Called by its providence, a carriage appeared in the distance, heading in the voice's direction. I rode with them until a wretched presence interrupted my path, another false idol. So this is again another one of the encounters. You find a strange doll, and you can choose to break it. She breaks it because she likes breaking false idols, which gives her a little bit of corruption, but I don't think she gains... Oh yeah, and she gains her last curse that we currently have. So she gains her fifth curse. We gain all the curses like really quickly. This curse is called Little Sibling, and if you saw the post I made for the stream announcements, that was one of the images I put in there. It's a weird growth that starts appearing in your neck, and that starts growing eyes, and it means that every time we get a choice where one of the options gains us corruption, so for example selling an artifact, we got to throw one d4, and if the d4 lands on 1, we are forced to take the option that, like, basically the little brother takes control of our body briefly and forces us to take the option that gains us the most corruption. So we have like 1/4 chance of just being really evil. Not that this character is like good, like morally good or anything. Her morality, she doesn't care much about morality, as long as it's, you know, not something she believes to be presented to her by the father. Other than that, she will sell artifacts to the black market just so she can get more money to travel. She doesn't care about like giving it to a museum. She's like, I'm getting that money. The voice is calling me. So she's been doing pretty well in cash because her morality is pretty corrupted. Also makes her gain more curses. Oh yeah, important thing mechanically. There are 3 ways of losing the game. You either lose all your money and can't do anything anymore. There are actually ways to continue playing without money, but you gain a lot of corruption. So there's ways to, like, this is like the hardest way to actually die because you can like maneuver around it a bit. Then you can lose all of your HP, which just means you die. We're currently at 7 HP, right? We're currently at our max, which is pretty good. And you can gain so many curses that you essentially turn into a monster, forget why you even came there, and leave your diary behind. Every time you die or go broke or become a monster, you can continue playing, right? You're not forced to like start over, quote unquote. But the actual book that your character is writing is left behind, either on that person's corpse, or like just dropped somewhere, or maybe if they're broke, they sold it at a market or something, and then you create a new character who stumbles upon this book, and you have to find depending on your character motivation, you got to find the answer to why. But this new character decides to continue writing this story, and so you essentially gain all the knowledge that your class character had, but you lose, all the upgrades and equipments that class character got. Mechanically, you restart, but like story-wise, you can essentially keep going, if that makes sense. Making it slightly roguelike. I could call this a roguelike, I guess. You're just insane. Yeah, she's quirky. Okay, so then she gets an interesting encounter where she finds a strange mute man that is trying to keep a tree alive in the middle of this wasteland, a fig tree. And since the voice called her there, she decides that this fig tree, like this man trying to take care of a fig tree, is like another like follower of the father, despite not being able to talk to the guy because he refuses to talk. So she decides to actually like give the rest of her water to this tree. And the next morning she wakes up and she's going to be thirsty for the rest of the day. So she loses some HP, but she gets a fig. And blessed be his holy gift. So she continues, and she gets an artifact, a weird skull that she will sell. She doesn't have much morality for artifacts she doesn't care about. New test of faith, she says. I felt his voice again. He told me a test awaited in the land of Motag, beneath the Titan's skull. I sought his call, following the echoes of his voice to the standing stone. So she actually travels to a new area now called Motag, and there's like the mountainous area. There, she immediately comes upon an interesting encounter, which is called the Standing Stones, where you can turn away at any moment, but if you want to like walk towards the center of these stones, you start taking damage and damage and damage and damage. And if you reach the center and are still alive, you essentially like gain all your health back to maximum. And so yeah, we decided to let her like go towards the center despite her dying in the process, because she had that like one up from before. She had that like avoid death once thing, and we felt it was story wise it was pretty interesting. So we decided to like essentially let her die, and so it's just so she could reach the center of these stones. So she describes, with every step towards them, I felt the crushing pressure of the ocean bear down upon my flesh. But in the center, I felt his skull. I walked forth through the pain until I felt my soul leave my body. But I remembered the words on the rock. So now we call back to these scratched out words that she found on a rock when, she got that one up, essentially. So now we like, tied it back to that because she actually died, and she had that die she rolled at the beginning, which told her she would die in 10 days. It's been, it's been an unclear amount of time, but that has been the 10 days till she dies and essentially revives. So the words on the rock, she remembers, let the ocean crush your bones so that you may be born anew. And the sea remade me, and the Father showed me a vision, the garden. So if you reach the center of these stones, the encounter basically tells you that, you pass out and you have like an out of body experience where you actually see all of Lemuria from the skies. And so we use that to give her essentially, like, since she's looking for this garden, like we thought it was a good time to have her like get a vision of this mythical garden that she's looking for. She doesn't describe it, but now she's like seen it, so she has like a clear view of her objective. Immediately after, she goes to that Titan skull, which is actually the cover of the game. This is a Titan skull. And she finds a bug encased in amber, which is one of the remnants. And since it's a bug encased in amber, it is edible. So she rolled the die and she actually eats it. So we eat the bug, and she gains some max HP, but we lose out a lot of money. And she says, I took my blessing, its blessing into myself, and I felt its smile widen. And in my mind, I saw a temple hidden in a cursed forest, the Sangle. So now we're going to the next area, the Sangle, just that jungly area. Quickly purchased the first ticket that headed in its direction. From the port of Akag, I feverishly ran into the jungle, heeding no warnings from the locals. So she just beelines it to the place, to the next like vision she had, because the voice is calling her again. And in her feverish running, a terrible plant strikes her, like a carnivorous plant, and she basically blows up her leg. She gets a lot of damage in this encounter, but she's actually, she actually survives. So, though I managed to escape his strange poison, I was forced to stop and recover from my injuries. Even nature mocks me for my convictions. But in the furthest reaches of the forest, I finally came upon the temple. And it's like a ruined temple with a statue representing a huge tree. And upon its outer altar was a figure of a great tree, the sign of the Father's garden. That's how she decides to interpret it. And climbing its mighty roots was a humble snail, which is the artifact in this. The snail is a sort of poisonous... it's a poisonous snail. If you touch the tip, it fills it with poison that basically tricks your brain into thinking you are dead. So we decided to play into that with for her next expedition. So, a humble snail, and I knew it to be one of the father's tests. So I took it upon my hands, and I felt its sting. And I looked upon its shell, and saw in its spiral the eye of the Father. And she interprets, the snail spiral as the eye of the Father, which is this symbol. It's a cover of the game. If you've seen this little symbol behind Dreadfarer here in the corner, it's this eye with a spiral inside. She sees that as the eye of the Father. So she stings herself with the venom of this thing, which doesn't kill you, But essentially, it makes you think you're dead, avoid everyone, and just run off somewhere, lie down, and wait to rot. So we decide to play into the effect for that. So she says, "Father, I see now. I am dead. Perhaps I was never alive. Being dead, all I wished for was a quiet spot where I could lie and finally rot. I ran for what felt like days. Those who stood in my way, man or beast, were quickly dispatched." She actually has 2 encounters on the way, and she solves both of them by shooting. Like, she starts shooting everything that moves on the encounters, which is really funny. It's one of my favorite character traits of hers. She just solves everything with the rifle. She's bananas. Hey, Hammy. Okay, going crazy with every entry. I mean, she's been crazy since the beginning, to be honest, but I guess it's only getting worse. And I finally reached a clearing among the trees, burnt, grey, and dead, just like me. And among the blackened stumps was a piece of wood, long dead but still waiting to rot, so would be rot together. As I felt the wood char my flesh, I understood this was his test. So this is the remnant that she finds is a piece of wood that is sort of like gray and burnt, and if you hold it, it'll start like burning your flesh, despite like not being actively burning, right? So she essentially like lies down with this piece of wood and waits to rot. But as I felt the wood char my flesh, I understood this was his test. I was not dead. He only compelled me to believe this, to challenge my faith and my willingness to suffer in his name. I understood. I'm alive only to serve him. So that's how we end that encounter. And then she continues on to the one area we'd left to visit, which is called Syrah, the desert area. And she says, "And so I served, following his voice to the busy port of Neva." So she actually goes to her first like populated area. There I stood on the street, singing his praises. "Hi, Bean, we were waiting for you." Hello. How you doing tonight? You ready for some Dreadfarer? Don't eat my pencils. He's gonna try to sleep on top of the notebook again, aren't you? Yes, he definitely is. Here's Bean. Hello, Bean. Yes, I love you. So there I stood on the street, singing his praises. To show my faith to onlookers, I took a woman's offer to dance with a vicious serpent, which became tame at the simple mention of the father's name. So that's the encounter she gets. She can choose to dance with a snake. And she says, which something we stole from the Bible, "Behold, I give unto you the power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and nothing shall by any means hurt you." But none would listen to my words, all but one man, foreign like me, who told me he also sought this land after hearing a voice. He invited me to his house, where he showed me all manner of wonders and artifacts from this land, such as a silver stone, capable of turning flesh to stone. And I asked him where the Father led him, and he said, "I have not heard his voice in years." Heathen, false believer. So she meets a person who probably had the same curse as her. This is not an encounter or anything. We made this up for, as a way to connect the artifact that she got, which is the silver stone, and the area she was in. Oh, okay, Bean. Hello. The Bean. He's right here. Oh. Okay, so this guy tells her, he also heard a voice, but he hasn't heard it in years. So she gets angry. And she says, "He only led me to his house to trap me, silence me. I needed to leave. I took the silver stone and rubbed it on his eyes before running, not looking back." So he basically blinds this poor guy who showed her some kindness and steals his artifact. She's fucked up. But, you know, she's done it in the father's name. And that's where we are right now. So, how do you like the story so far? We're leading up to some fun things. Maybe we'll reach what she considers the garden this stream. We'll see. Bean, you're covering everything. Okay, it doesn't matter, because right now we're gonna focus on the actual book for a bit, because we're gonna go on our next expedition. And oh, let me get my stats from here. Here are the stats. We are at $100, 7 HP, 18 corruption. You basically get 1 curse every time you reach a 5 corruption threshold. So you get a curse at 5 corruption, at 10 corruption, 15, 20, so on. We are at 18, but we've gone down. We actually already got the curse for 20. So if you go lower than 20 and then go up from 20 again, you don't get a second curse. Our next curse is at 25, basically. We have, as for items, we have a book called Studies on the Lemurian Language, which will help us understand some of the languages in Lemuria. We have a hunting knife, 3 first aid kits, which will, you know, let us heal. You know, each of them lets us heal 3 HP, so we got a lot of heals. We got 2 charges, or 2 rounds of ammo for our Winchester rifle. We got 3 climbing ropes, 1 antidote. So we are fully kitted. We got the voice. I don't know if it is turn. Yeah, following his voice. So I guess at this turn we get to choose where we go. We don't have the voice tell us. And we just reached the artifact Silverstone, the remnant Silverstone. So we're going to put that in our remnants inventory. We only have the marble mask currently, but we need to note down Silverstone. And I guess, oh, Bean. Don't eat that. Okay, so she just got a new artifact, the Silverstone, and we need to decide what she does with it. Bean. Don't bend things. Bean is just being chaotic right now. She just got a Silverstone. And if we go here to the return page, this is where you get the choices to... Did you eat the die? No. Okay. Bean. He loves the dice. Okay, so in the return, we get to choose what we do for each remnants. We can return it, take the remnant back to its rightful cultural resting place if it exists, remove 1d4 of corruption, but gain no money. We can donate it, send the remnant to the Lemurian Museum in Motag to properly display it so that others may learn from it. So you get 1d20 times 5 in dollars and 1 corruption. You can auction it. You can sell the remnant off to the highest bidder at one of the black market auctions held at camp. You know, to some like collector from abroad or something. You gain a d20 times $20. But 3 corruption. Or you can keep it, you pocket the remnant for yourself, and gain 5 corruption. And roll for Ed. It's convenient. Oh, we gotta roll for the hunger. I guess it's a stone, so this stone turns flesh to stone. So if we eat it... Hey, Bean. He's going crazy. If we gotta roll d4. If we get a 1 or a 2, we are forced to eat this artifact. No, actually, okay. There's, yeah. We first gotta roll for Little Brother. Little Brother, if we get a 1, We roll d4. If we get a 1, we're forced to gain the largest amount of corruption, so we got to keep the artifacts. And keep it means, you know, we can sell it later, but we still gain the corruption, so. Then, if we don't get a 1, we roll for the hunger, which means, you know, if we get a 1 or a 2, we eat it. So, it seems like there's little chances we're going to sell this artifact, but we'll see. Lovely time to tune in. Red as Bean is attacking. Okay, let's do our first roll. Bean. Let me see what I got. I got a 2. Okay. Little brother does not kick in, which means we don't have to keep it. And then we roll again and Bean. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, we'll count that as a roll. That was a 1. Bean. Bean, we have to eat the artifact now. Yeah, 1 or 2 was eat it. Damn it! Our money! Our money, Bean! Bean, this is gonna... No, my my stats! It's okay, we'll pass it, we'll put it on a new page. Bean is really wreaked havoc here. I guess it might be our character that she would tear her own papers. Bean tore through the curses, but we didn't lose any information. That's good. Oh my god, Bean. He doesn't usually do this, by the way. Yeah, well, we'll pass it on to a new paper later. But now we'll keep it in its broken form. I don't mind. Bean. I gotta hide the dice behind the book, because otherwise he goes crazy for them. Here, have toothbrush. Toothbrush is your friend. Yes, you can play with toothbrush. That's no trouble. Okay, so we eat the silver stone, which turns all the flesh it comes in contact with into stone. Does that mean her mouth turns to stone? Or does she get to swallow it? And her, you know, digestive system just calcifies? In which case, what are the consequences to that? Gameplay-wise, nothing. I mean, unless we want to. But gameplay-wise, there's no, like the one... we actually gain 1 HP in terms of the mechanics. But in terms of the story, we can make up anything. Oh, Bean. Oh, little Bean. Your toothbrush. Attack! Attack! You beast. You paper destroyer. No. He's attacking the paper again. I don't know why he has such a grudge against this paper. Okay, go in here. Oh, okay. Bye-bye. Oh, this guy. Okay, she eats the artifacts. She gets 1 max HP. We're gonna do the... So she's 8 HP. She's actually doing pretty well in terms of health. She started really bad in terms of HP, so I guess that's pretty good. Maybe we incorporate, like, she's kept the artifacts. Maybe we incorporate, like, eating it into the next part of the story, if we can find a good way of doing that. Otherwise, we'll just have her eat it unceremoniously. Bean. Okay, so what I'm doing here on the bottom is like marking the sequence of events before we write it, so we can like tie it all together into a story. So first one is eats Silverstone. And now we go on to our next expedition. Every time we do an expedition, I'm going to pull up the Structure of Dreadfarer page, which will help us understand the structure of the game, since we're doing our first expedition this stream. So, first of all, we keep a note of our money, gear, HP, and corruption. Now we choose the area to explore. In this last expedition, we were in Syrah, which is the desert area. Since we don't have the curse kick in quite now, we can choose to go anywhere we want. So we're gonna stay in Syrah because that's cheaper, since we got the luxury of choosing. Because we don't have that much money, so like moving to a different area would cost more, and because we spend less money traveling. It'll hopefully give us an artifact that we can sell this time, so we're not too low on money, and we're doing really well in terms of the equipment. So as long as we're not running low on equipment, I don't mind staying in the same area. So we're gonna stay in Syrah. So first of all, we roll a location and a remnant. So we go to Syrah locations. I'm gonna explain what Syrah is for the newcomers. Syrah is a large desert island covered by dunes like waves of a deep sea. Little shade and oasis spots are spread far and wide. Beneath the coarse sands are uncountable riches of gold and ruins, but you're not alone in trying to seek them. The land of Syrah is flat and windy, flanked by sandy beaches on the east and unforgiving cliffs to the west, under which lie mines bustling with gold. The south of the island is a desolate necropolis of black sand, where the people of Syrah have long performed their burial rites. The people of Syrah are often nomadic, carrying their burden on strange pack animals known as musif, which appear to be related to llamas. They travel the great desert, carrying gold mined in the western mines to the bustling ports in the east. They do not claim allegiance to chief or king, and every night sit under the starry sky to sing praises to the heavens. Recent attempts to colonize the island, mostly by the Dutch, have met failure under Syrah's harsh and unforgiving sun. So, we roll a d20. Where's our die? Here. And, whoa, that was a 12. And then we go to number 12 under here. We are staying in the town. We got the same location twice in a row. We're getting strange luck in this game. That was 1 in 20 chance. Yeah, just to reread, we were already in Navaport, so I guess we're staying in there. She's not traveling far. The Navaport in the east of the island serves as the main hub for trade in Syrah. Gold mined here leaves for the rest of Lemuria and abroad. Many foreign ships are docked on the harbor, looking to trade for the riches and artifacts found under the sand. So, that's where we just were. This house rule totally is not written down, but if we get the same area twice in a row, which is such a low chance to be honest, but if we get the same area twice in a row like we just did, I don't think we have to pay for travel costs. We're not going anywhere, right? We don't like, and we would be, you know, if we were paying for travel costs, we would be doing walking, which is free anyway. But you know, I don't think we need to do the travel step because we're in the same area. So let's go to, and yeah, let me mark this down. We can connect whatever happened right now with blinding this guy to whatever happens next. Now we go to the remnants in Syrah, and we once again roll a d20, and we get a 19. So scroll down to 19. The cloud key handle This is the handle of an ancient weapon, inscribed with a language only spoken by those without tongues. The full weapon was once used to fell giants, but its blade is lost to history. So, a strange, the handle of a really old, possibly a sword or something. And now that we've done that, we have to roll for our encounter. So I'm going to note down cloud key handle. That's 19. And finally, we go to the encounter stab. So that's the third thing we got to roll. I'm going to open this up so it can be the encounter altogether. And once again, we roll a d20. And we get 19 again. Oh, actually, no, this is not a d20. We were in a... The encounters are separated by type of location. So whenever you go to a location, it'll be marked as like desert or town or, you know, a category. And the one we just went to is town. So we're rolling a d4 among the 4 town encounters. And we got a 1. So, as you pass by doorways and windows, you catch glimpses of cloth-wrapped individuals staring at you. Turning a corner, you walked into a large group of these cloaked people. Pulling back their bandages, they reveal strange, insect-like faces, gesturing and grabbing at you while speaking in a strange clicking noise. So, we'd roll a d4. Let's see if we're lucky. Yeah, there's pure luck. We rolled a 1. The creatures claw at you, chittering and tearing. If you have a knife or machete, which we do, you take no damage. Okay, otherwise you lose 1 HP, but manage to fight them off, running blindly through the streets until you finally lose them. But you can't help but look over your shoulder. And yeah, we are safe, but something has tried to accost us in the streets. And now we got these 3 things, right? We got the 3 main elements. The encounter, which is finding these individuals in cloaks. We got the area we're staying in Nava. And the item we're getting, which is a cloud key handle. And the fact that we just ate the Silverstone, this last artifact we got. We don't lose any HP or anything bad in this encounter because we thankfully were equipped. Hey Barango, how you doing? Imagine if she had the presence of mind during this impulse to eat a rock to cover it in bread, like giving a dog a pill. I love that. You got a whiskey tumbler full of chocolate milk? Hell yeah, enjoy. Within Dreadfarer, what's going on? Well, exactly what I just said. I hope that was understandable. But yeah, the main elements that now we got to tie together in our diary are: we stay in the town. We're probably hiding in like maybe a seedier area of town. That's where we find the insect-faced people. And how do we stumble upon this artifact? Okay, like maybe she runs off with the Silverstone that she just stole and just blindly runs, you know, thinking she's being chased, even though the guy's probably not chasing her because she just blinded him. So probably not being chased, but she's blindly running and has this encounter. How does she just stumble upon it? Does she maybe she steals a handle from these guys, since she did fight back with her knife. She was kitted out, and she resolves every situation with violence, as has been established. Hubs always does 2 separate curries. Damn, indulgent. Love that. Okay, I think we'll do that. So, last thing she said, I took the silver stone and rubbed it on his eyes before running, not looking back. Okay. And I ran. Oh, let me focus in here. There we go. And I ran through crowded markets and busy streets. Trying to lose my pursuer. Which, for this character, we're kind of switching between more cursive and all caps to kind of give it an insane look. The cursive is when she's more lucid, when she's like explaining how things happen. And as the font gets bigger and more all caps, it just, becomes more and more unhinged. So right now she's like explaining things. She's just running, trying to lose the pursuer. And how do we incorporate that she eats the silver stone? Okay. Idea. She shakes off the attackers by eating the silver stone and then biting them really hard with her now stone teeth. Oh yeah, that's definitely fusing. Like, she's slowly fusing to her mask. Oh, this reminds me. So one of the Dreadfarer backers who is starting out the game. I hope her game is going well. She had this really good idea, which I'm gonna take from a page on the back. I'm just gonna, tear it off because these are terrible pages. Perfect. She had this great idea, or they had this great idea, of drawing a portrait of their character at the beginning, and slowly as they get cursed and hurt and fucked up, they would edit the portrait of the character. And I thought that was such a good idea. So I might do that. Where's my pencil? There it is. We were gonna draw the current state of the character, or we could draw like little... maybe like little portraits, so we don't have to like erase over it to show like the progression. I'll draw over this. There we go. To show the progression of the character. What do you guys think? Or should we just do one big one? I want to do like a... I'm not great at drawing faces, by the way, but I'll try. I want to do one of at least like the beginning.
Portrait of Dorian Gray sit right here.
Exactly. Okay, so she definitely has like big bags under her eyes. And this is a small one. I guess maybe I can do a bigger one if. Let's go step by step. I think that's more fun. And she has like unkempt dark hair. Like really straight, that falls limp on either side. I want to do it. I don't want to do like two gaunts because it's better if she slowly gets more gaunt as she goes. Like, gave her a really big nose. Bean, are you coming over? I hear you. He's running around. Yeah, this is too small to do detail. I should have done bigger. And I feel like she starts out by wearing just like a really simple white robe, kind of like a cult member. I know she's named after my sister, but I'm not trying to make it look like my sister. Because I don't want to put my sister through this. Okay, so we got an initial look. A little sad, bags under the eyes. He's been through shit already. How long has this particular game been in play? It's been a couple of streams. I mean, a lot of them have been yapping about the game itself and stuff. So, in terms of gameplay, I don't know, maybe like... Maybe like 5 hours gameplay total. But yeah, I feel like it would be a lot faster if you like play it at home. Because it's not, you know, you're not explaining every decision. You're taking more like gut reaction type things. Anyway. First portrait. Let's go for a second one. So as she goes, I'm just like, which step in the adventure should it be? Okay, maybe in the second portrait, she has the mask, but it's not like fully wearing it. Maybe she's like holding it or something. So let's start once again by just throwing the shape of the face. But this time she's holding the mask, kind of covering it a little bit. Gonna draw over it. This is much better. Oh yeah, well, we got the shape of the mask. I got a reference. Maybe I'll just draw over top of this. It's not a good surface to draw. It's not a really hard surface. Hold on. My tablets. It's a hard surface. There we go. So she's got this big smiling mask. It's a good thing about having like a decent camera. I can actually zoom in. Oh, see you, Brango. Good night. Single one going mad from her adventures, being strong enough, she doesn't get killed straight away. Honestly, she was pretty lucky so far in terms of like specifically her starting HP is really low. So the fact that she's lasted this long, and I believe she actually got lucky with the curses, because she got a curse that increases, you know, it wastes some money by not being able to sell certain artifacts, but it actually, you know, increases survivability a bunch by giving you a fairly easy way of increasing your max HP. Because the other way of increasing your max HP is by getting an item that's, I think, costs like $300 or something like that. So it's actually, you know, you need to be really wealthy to be able to increase your max HP with the current prices and stuff. I'm not going to shade things too much, because otherwise it's going to take forever. She's got to be holding it too. Okay, let's give her a bit of more of a mad face, because that's the last time we're gonna see her actual face right now. Because starting now, she's gonna be covered in the. Let's give her a malicious grin. She puts on the mask. Okay, she's going evil. And then I guess we can do a third current step with the mask on. And what's the next curse she gets? Oh my god, being with the destroyed page.
Good old crazy eyes. Nothing is that look right before the giving.
Exactly. She gets the hunger. That's when she puts on the mask. The anglerfish eyes. That we didn't see that much. I think let's go with like when she gets the litter brawler curse. Or we can just do one with the mask, like right after this too. She's not taking off that mask ever, by the way. Like, I don't think she can anymore. Okay, so we can maybe see like some of her crazy hair like underneath. Like everything underneath. I don't know if we should show any of her features like under the mask. Or just leave them in shadow. Taking the reference from the other page. You know, the eyes are not so evil in the... Oh, sorry. The eyes are not so evil in the original picture. It's more like a laughing face, but... I do want to give the mask a bit of an evil expression, since it's literally making her go crazy. Or helping make... Like, she was already going crazy, but... It's not helping. I don't think wearing a mask that has psychological effects on you when you're going through a psychotic break is gonna really help. Although, is it a psychotic break or is she onto something? We don't know. We don't know yet. I'm gonna give it like a little point of light inside each of the eyes. Because she just got the anglerfish eyes, so I think that fits. California Pacific Garbage Patch becomes alive. Goes on a rampage. You should do that. Sounds fun. Hi, Bean. Hold on. Is Bean Cam working? Yes. There he is. Okay. Just letting the hair kind of pop out. There we go. It's looking beautiful. Okay. Next, I guess, should be when she gets the little brother. Let's see. So far, we got this. A beautiful process. I think maybe we should do a bigger one for her current states at this moment, but leaving like space below for future drawings too. Bean is done biting for now. Yeah, I am scared for what he might come up with next. Okay. Next, I guess let's take up this space. Let's do something a little bit bigger. It's gonna have the little brother growing here. And like horrible pustules too. Should we do that? Maybe. Her dress, the dress she was initially wearing is like completely breaking down. So let's do like a couple pustules here around the little brother. We'll do the mask over her face. And it's not even being held together by anything. It's just like stuck to her skin at this point. Maybe there was a strap at the beginning, but not anymore. I'm just fusing with it. And yeah, at this point it's still a distinct thing. Like, there's still a distinct difference between the mask and the face. I feel like at some point it would just become one, but... less and less human, exactly. Like, whatever the outcome of this story, I don't think she's gonna be quite a human by the end. Okay. Oh, what if underneath, like, she's slowly, like, losing hair as well? Like, there's bald spots. It's starting to get, like, thinner. Like, it's still long, but thin. And then we get little brother. It's gonna have a few eyes opening up. Still hasn't taken over, by the way. Little brother has been pretty dormant so far, but I'm sure he'll rear his head. Also, his name is Eduardo, like me. Because if the character is going to be named after my older sister, I feel like it's fair to forget a curse called Little Brother, name it after myself. But yeah, Eduardo so far been pretty dormant. We'll see when that changes though. Also, she has the big mouth curse that makes her eat things. What if her actual mouth has fit to the enormous grin of the mask?
Hermanito Eduardo está durmiendo la siesta. When he wakes up, though, that's the real fun. It's a little family outing.
A little family outing, yes. What would it take to convince your sister to go in a dual costume with you at Halloween this? If she didn't live, like, on the exact opposite side of Europe. And my sister lives in Estonia. Fun facts. So I don't get to see her that much, unfortunately. We talk a lot, though. She came up with the bloodbark trees. That's actually, it's originally an idea for a book she's writing. Okay. She's coming along. I'm liking this. This little drawing. Giving myself more of a working space also helps a lot. On the one hand, I don't want to get too attached to a character because I know they can, you know, they come and go. But on the other hand, she has survived through so much that, you know, I didn't think she would. That's... I am rooting for her to find the garden, honestly. No matter the ending for her, I feel like we gotta make it narratively satisfying. Oh yeah, we're missing the pustules. I was gonna do one like here, I think. Oh, this one here is a pustule as well. There's a tiny spider in your bathroom sink. Oh, you gotta protect him. The curses are gonna get her in the end. I mean, she's at 5 out of 10 curses. She got those first 5 really quick. On the second stream, she actually didn't get any new curses. So, I don't know. Maybe her luck is changing. But maybe just by saying that, I've jinxed it. Who knows? Oh yeah, see, she has the hunger curse. I feel like we keep the mouth like as a dark void, but maybe we have like a little drool. There we go. Doesn't she look beautiful right now? Would you mess with her if you found her on the busy streets of a port town? A strange masked woman. Honestly, I could even scan this one and use it. Maybe we can use it in like the curse pages or in like the endings pages for, you know, the ending where you get too many curses. Because I feel like that's a pretty good representation of that. Okay. So that's what we got so far. That was a little detour into drawing portraits, just because I saw someone doing it on the Discord. Which, by the way, okay, important. There's a channel on the Discord, which if you're not on the Discord, join it now. There's a channel on the Discord called Dreadfarer. That's meant for you guys if you're whoever's playing the game already. And remember, you got in the pinned message, you got a link to the digital and the physical pre-order version. If you get the physical version, obviously you also get the digital one as well, so you can start playing it. But yeah, you get this version. It's version 1.4 currently. It's still not the version that's going to be printed. It's still a few, missing art and a few little things that we're going to add in. What is bro up to? Bean? You're spilling out. You are spilling out. Oh, you gotta be careful, because I'm gonna activate you, and you're gonna end up eating my material once again. So don't spill out, please. Okay. And don't eat this paper, okay? The one with stats, I didn't mind you completely obliterating, but because I can rewrite that. But don't make me redo the drawings, Bean. Are we clear on that? Yeah? Okay. Alright, so we got a few more drawings in. And now let's actually write the story of what just happened to her. And she says, context, she recently stole an artifact from a guy who was trying to help her. Used it to blind him and then started running. And I ran through crowded markets and busy streets, trying to lose my pursuer. They're not pursuing her, but she believes that's happening. She kind of looks like this, by the way, which honestly props to that guy for inviting this creature to his house, but... Okay, trying to lose my pursuer. Okay, so she gets attacked by a few cloaked figures who have like strange insect-like faces, but she fights them off without losing any health. On the same moment, she just got this artifact, the Silverstone, which she eats to get 1 HP, 1 maximum HP. So maybe we combine that. She gets attacked. To defend herself, she eats the Silverstone, and with the mouth turned to stone, she just bites them really hard. So she's running, trying to lose her pursuer. I found my way to a hidden alley. Okay, where three cloaked men attacked me. But I heard his voice. And understood what to do. I took the Silverstone. Into my mouth. And felt it turn my teeth into a terrible weapon. Is that a terrible weapon? Into a menacing maw. Oh, good night, Mectal. Oh, good lurk. Custom roll redeem. Oh, how far along are you, Pythons? And I felt it turn my teeth into a terrible weapon, which I used against my assailants. Which I drew upon my assailants. I felt my mouth turn to stone and become one with his face. Oh, Father, what a gift. Thank you for this gift. Do we imply she's killed the assailants? Hey, Siphon. God forbid you bite her tongue now. That might be stone too, yeah. So she's fusing to the mask. You can sort of imply that she's killed these guys and taken their stuff. Okay, gotta write it here. And the cloaked men, now lifeless and pathetic, proved useful to my quests. And we're gonna decide before we write what happens to the artifact she gets, which is the Cloud Key handle. First of all, we gotta let Fate decide if Little Brother here activates and forces her to keep it to gain a lot of corruption. And that is a 2. She needed to get a 1 for Little Brother to act up. So it doesn't pop up this time. Now she's getting like half of a sword. I don't think that's edible. I think that's a bit too big, right? They actually get the choice of what to do with it without rolling to eat it. And just to remind you, the options are to return it. I don't think she's going to return it. She just killed the people who had it. Donate it to a museum, auction it to the highest bidder, or keep it. I feel like she would just auction it and get the money to travel because, you know, she's following the voice. She doesn't care about this key. I feel like she auctions it, yeah. Okay, so we auction it, and auction gains us a d20 times 20. So we roll a d20, and we get a 16. Very nice. So that's gonna be... God, I need to remake this. I'm gonna do that right now. The Bean the Destroyer. Yeah, I'm gonna get another... Oh, sorry, Bean. That was loud. Okay, let's write it here. Let's put 3 things for money. HP. And corruption. Or yeah, we put money here. HP, corruption. Down here. Okay, and with corruption we can, I guess we can also do this and to put like the next curse there. So our money is currently at 100. Well, we just got 16. It's 160. Wait, it is a d20 times 5. Sorry, not times. No, times 20. Times 20. Yes. So 16 times 2, 32. 100. There's a 420. Nice. She's at 8 out of 8 HP. She's at 18 corruption. Wait, she gains 3, right? So she's at 21 out of 25 corruption. That's only for the next curse. And then we're gonna put items here below. We're gonna put remnants here. She just sold the other one, so she's got the marble mask. Which I could write in pen, because she's not gonna sell that ever. I used to eat paper too, Bean, I getcha. It's 10 curses till she turns into a monster. Okay, items. She's got studies on the Lemurian language. That's a book. She's got first aid kits, 3 of them. She's got Winchester with 2 rounds. She's got climbing rope 3 and 1 antidote. And oh, a hunting knife. Nearly forgot that. Although you just used a hunting knife in this. Is a hunting knife 1 use? I'm forgetting my own things. Traveling gear. No, okay, it's not 1 use. I don't know why I thought. Oh, it's the lamps and stuff are 1 use. Different thing. Okay. Now we get the curses. We're gonna put those down here. We're gonna mark those down with numbers. so we can count to 10. A word in Spanish. Well, a curse is una maldición. Okay, curses. The voice. Every 2 expeditions, we roll a d4. And based on that, 1 is Ra, 2 is Motag, 3 is Desangle, and 4 is Lazarak. Second curse is the hunger. Okay, edible artifacts. We roll a d4. 1, 2 is eats. Again, +1 max HP. 3 to 4 is keep. Curse number 3 is anglerfish eyes. We're getting pretty close to curse number 6, by the way. Which doesn't let us use lamps. Okay, no lamps. Curse number 4 is, this is part of the paper that's broken, so I gotta read through it. Yeah, ink rots. Ink rots. We can choose to get -1 max HP and lower corruption by 1d4. And final current curse that we have is Little Bro. So if you get a choice, that can gain corruption. We roll a d4. And if we get a 1, choose option with most corruption. And 2 to 4, nothing. Perfect. I think we've, I mean, except for the backstory, which I'll keep as a little, you know, this original backstory that we wrote. I'll keep this in the back of the notebook here. There we go. But this is much cleaner. There we go. Isn't that cleaner to read? Work on art stuff while the stream? Hell yeah. You got this. Okay, so she has sold the artifact that she just got. And the cloaked men, now lifeless and pathetic, prove useful to my quests. As they carried a valuable relic that would fund my travels. And now, okay, that's the end of this specific expedition. Now we roll for the next one. First thing is our Curse the Voice takes effect, since we got to choose where we went on the last one. This one we get no choice, and we actually get number 1. 1 is Syrah, so we're forced to stay in this region, which will incur lower travel costs. And honestly, we are... that's quite fine by me, because we are super kitted out anyway. So, you know, might as well stay and continue exploring Syrah. I also want to get a specific artifact from here, because the next area I would love to travel is Akara. But to get to Akara, you need to hold the item Dragger's Bell, and you also got to use a submersible. So there's a specific bell you need to get, which is one of the artifacts or the remnants in Syrah. It's number 3 in Syrah. So we're kind of aiming for that one. Technically, there's a thing we can do is once we're choosing our travel methods and stuff, there is, where is this? Dealing with the Whisper Seekers. The Whisper Seekers travel across Lemuria, dealing in rumors and secrets. For a price, they will tell you where you can find what you seek. Yeah, it allows you to get like an extra remnant on the next expedition, but you have to pay $300 and gain 1 curse. So, can we afford to get a sixth curse? And we got $420. We can spend $300. Like, we got the money. Yeah, do we risk it and get the Dragger's Bell so we can go underwater? It's a free curse, so we're getting closer to the 10 curses that kill us. I mean, otherwise I would just be rolling and seeing if I get it. I mean, we haven't rolled. Let's first roll for our location. And then let's see if maybe we'll naturally get a 3 if we get really lucky. 1 in 20 chances. Let's roll for our location. That's number 12. Wait, is that... Don't tell me it's the same village again. It is! What are the chances that we get the same location 3 times in a row? Someone calculate those chances for me. That's 1 out of 20 times 3, right? That is 15%. Did I calculate that right? No, that seems like too little. Oh, it's to the power of 3, right? Sounds good. Have a good lurk, Bill. She's gonna become God's angel. She really is. Anyway, yeah. Really low chances of getting 3 12s in a row. This girlie has the strangest luck in the world. So she's staying, once again, in the same port. She hasn't moved from there. She's having all her adventures in the city. It's actually really funny. Okay, let's see what artifact she would get, though. She would get 15, which is not the one we're looking for. So we are gonna spend $300 and get a curse to go visit the Whisper Seekers. Well, I guess we also get 15 because you know, it just gives us an extra artifact. So let's go to the remnants and surround. And go to 15. Wait, it's Silverstone again? How can you get... Okay, no, it's not twice in a row. But getting the luck to get three 12s and two 15s like in a row, like the same area 3 times and the same artifacts twice. Are my dice loaded? Oh no. I'm rolling them right. Like I'm letting them roll, but oh no, that's a 1, a 5, a 16, a 4, 17. I don't think they're loaded. You're getting a range of things. That's another 15 there. Another 15? Maybe they are loaded. Towards 15. Are 12 and 15 next to each other? No, well, kinda. 12 is here. 15 is here. Okay, we are getting a range. I don't know. I wouldn't do the statistics, but I think the dice are fine. I think we just got, yeah, bean blessed artifacts. So she regurgitates the Silverstone. That's gonna be the explanation. It was the same one she ate, but she regurgitated it. Okay, so for this one, we're going to Nava. We're staying in Nava. We're getting the Silverstone again. And third thing is before leaving, or I guess, yeah, she's staying. So in this town, she's going to find the Whisper Seekers. And they're going to tell her where to find the bell. Because I want to go underwater with her because she has the encounter where she got the vision about the garden was related to underwater. Like it was these standing stones, and as she was getting close to them, she was like feeling more and more like crushing pressure, like she was going under the water. So I feel like the garden and the father that she's seeking are actually like some weird underwater thing. So I feel like she wants to go there, right? What do you think, Bean? Yeah, let's go to the Whisper Seekers. It'll also land. It's going to be a good, good coincidence because she's going to be in... On next encounter, we actually get to choose where we go because the voice doesn't guide us. And the voice doesn't let us go underwater. It only lets us go to the 4 main areas, or the 4 initial areas. So we're going to spend 300 here, staying with 120. Okay. Going to the Whisper Seekers. We're spending pretty much all our money, and we are getting our 6th curse. Let's see what it is. We go to the curse pages. We might get really lucky and get... And it's something... We already got 5 curses out of 20. If we get a curse we already had, we essentially lock out. Curses do not stack, and if you roll a curse you already have, you locked out and do not receive it, instead receiving an extra 3 corruption. So we can get lucky. We got 1 in 4 chances, because we got 5 out of 20, right? So we got 1 out of 4 chances of lucking out. Let's see what we get. We get number 4. Knitted flesh. We did not luck out. Knitted flesh. The skin around your fingers fuses together. Your hands now become a solid flipper at the end of each arm. You can no longer use the Winchester or the harpoon gun. You may cut You may temporarily cut your fingers free of the skin for 1 expedition at the cost of losing 1 HP. So, yeah, that's really annoying. We can't use our signature item, the Winchester, unless we cut through our flesh. But, you know, it's also thematic. It works with her weird transformation. This is the edits I did for knitted flesh. Okay. Knitted flesh. So it's good. Like maybe she has to sacrifice her ability to use a gun, which is her favorite activity, in order to go and reach her destiny. Her favorite gun. That's her emotional support Winchester. Oh, you can't see the song in the corner. Oh, that's true. I gotta move the yeah, it's because I changed the thing for the Dreadfarer. That was the Mario Odyssey song, Hammy. A really traumatic mermaid movie that involved her trying to do a home surgery on her toe webbing. Ah. Okay. Knitted flesh. No gun. Guns. That also counts the harpoon gun. Can break fingers free for 1 HP. Temporarily. 1 encounter. Okay. So we are at 6 out of 10 curses, folks. We are getting closer. Okay, so I'm marking down a sequence of events. We're going to go to the Whisper Seekers, get cursed. And then we find, Silverstone, we already marked that. And we're going to find the Dragger's Bell. That's going to be our special artifact find, which we're going to keep. We're going to keep it, and it's going to give us another curse, because we got to keep this one in order to, you know, travel with it. Oh, Lord. We're getting 2 curses with this one. What a rotten deal. Okay, let's see. We're going... We're reading the Dragger's Bell. The Dragger's Bell. A silent bell carved into a 3-eyed skull, said to produce a chime so high only beings who have transcended can hear it. Okay, so basically it just allows us to go under the water. Imagine she eats the silver stone again. That would be so funny. She just regurgitates it and eats it again. Okay, now we're gonna roll for our encounter. We're gonna write all of this once it's done, because we gotta like put all these pieces together, and we'll see if like the encounter is gonna help us tie all of these elements together. So we're staying in Sarah, and we're gonna go to the encounters, specifically the town encounters. And we're gonna roll our D4, and that is a 4. It is a snake one. We already got this encounter. So if you remember, you pass by an alley, you see a woman sitting in front of a wicker basket, a strange string instrument clutched in her arms, and she asks us, try to carry your chains at the serpent. And you can choose to walk away or dance with a snake, and offering any amount of dollars. Roll a D4. If you get lucky, you get double what you paid. if you get unlucky, you get bit by the snake and you lose your money. So, you know, we already met this woman, and we won last time. We actually got quite a bit of money from it. We've already spent, or we're about to spend all the money on the Whisper Seekers. So I don't want to spend anything more than 120. What should we engage? I feel like she succeeded once, so she probably feels like she would win again. More gambling. I love gambling. Yeah, she probably feels like she'd win again, right? Like she'd probably go like, yeah, I'll dance with the snake. Maybe like dancing with the snake, and this encounter is what allows her to meet the Whisper Seekers. Maybe the woman is a Whisper Seeker, and that's how we get to the Dragger spell. I feel like that would be a good way to tie everything, right? So let's gamble. We got $120. How much should we spend on this? We technically got $420, but we're about to spend $300. So should we spend? Should we? No, okay. I'm not gonna go broke. Should we spend half of it? Should we do 60? If we win, we get another 60, right? We got up to 180. I feel like it's a safe-ish bet. Like, yeah, being at $60 is not the 20. No, 20 is too low. You're gonna gamble only $20? No, we're putting in 60. I'm feeling lucky. Let's see. We gotta get a 3 or 4. And that is a 1. I got a 1.
Did you know 99% of gamblers quit right before they make it big?
True, and we lost. We lost our $60. She got too cocky. Okay. Well, you don't win if you don't try. The woman plays a hunting melody, the snake winding around your legs.
At 6 courses, I feel like 2 days off from just going full tilt monster mode.
Pretty much.
Would the need to server god with no will of her own.
Pretty much. The woman plays a hunting melody, the snake winding around your legs. Suddenly your finger slips and the snake sinks its teeth into your leg. I need to rewrite this one. There's a lot of snake leg. Got a couple of things noted down to change here. Page. Or well. Surrat town encounter 4. Last option. Okay. So we lose 1 HP. Or it's 7 out of 8. And we can become poisoned. Whilst poisoned, you roll twice for encounters and always take the lower option. This can be cured by antidote. We happen to be carrying an antidote, so we're going to use it immediately. We're going to use our antidotes, and that way we are not poisoned. The woman grabs your money in her basket, fleeing into a nearby alleyway. We're going to change the ending of this, because we want this woman to be the Whisper Seeker. Okay, we got all these disparate elements, right? The Silver Stone. She regurgitates the Silver Stone. Doing the snake dance, finding the Whisper Seekers. Gaining 1 curse, but gaining the Dragger spell. Or, you know, the lady's telling her where to find the Dragger spell. And finally, like, what she does with the Silver Stone. So, and what she does with the Dragger spell. That's the last choices we gotta, like, integrate into this. First of all, Silverstone. Does little brother take interest in this? That's a 1. A 1? Yes. Oh no, we gotta keep it. Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna gain so much corruption, y'all. Oh, this is the worst. Okay. Let's, before we roll curses, right? The little brother curse, you know, it makes us take the choice that gets us the most corruption, which is keeping the Revenant for ourselves. We just rolled for the Silverstone, and we got keeping it to ourselves, which, I mean, I guess we still haven't rolled to edicts. I guess we got to roll both things. Because I feel like if we keep it to ourselves and we also get the eating one, the eating takes precedence in this case. So let's roll for the hunger. Let's see if we eat it. And that's another one. So we do eat the Silverstone again. We either regurgitate it and eat it, or just find a new one and eat it. In any case, we don't gain 5 corruption, which is good. Okay. Silverstone eats. We gain 1 max HP, which puts us at 8 out of 9. We have a lot of HP. That's pretty good. We don't have a lot of money. The Dragger spell. It doesn't matter if we... First of all, the bell itself is like a skull, a human skull. So it's not... I wouldn't consider it edible. But doesn't matter if Little Brother takes effect. We are keeping the Dragger spell because we want to go underwater. So we are gaining those 5 corruption points. And same one is funnier, yes. We are gaining those corruption points. In any case, let's see if Little Brother takes effect. That's a 3, so no. No. So it's a decision she makes of her own accord. But she keeps it. And that would put her 26 corruption, which puts her over the limit of gaining a new curse. We could use our ink rots, our blow up one of our pustules that we have all over our body that are filled with ink, lose 1 max HP, so we just gain 1 max HP. It would be like losing that max HP, but lower our corruption by 1d4. So it would avoid, unless we get a 1, that would avoid us getting a new curse. What do you guys think? Do we have a lot of HP, right? I feel like that's the right call, like blowing up on one of our pustules to avoid just going back to 7 out of 8 here. Essentially exchanging one of our artifacts for losing some corruption in a very roundabout way. Yeah, let's lose 1. And if we only lose 1, we still gain the curse, by the way. So we'll hopefully we get more than 1. That was a 2. Okay. So we were 24. We're like right at the edge of getting a new curse. 24 out of 25. Getting 2 HP off the same rock feels like a bit much. True. Oh, hi, Bean. High five. Gave me a little high five. Okay, that was a complicated set of events, but we do use the postule. Okay, so we have a lot of things to tie together into a little narrative. Hi, Bean. Oh, hello. Hello. Let's see. How does this work? A valuable relic that would fund her travels. Where are you going, Bean? Where are you headed? Don't eat papers, please. Oh, careful. He just wants to lie down on whatever I'm working on. He's like, that's my spot now. Look at him. Hold on. Like, pay attention to me now. I guess we can write here. Okay. So, sequence of events. She's still running around the town, right? She comes across the snake charmer.
Good cat. Always insert yourself into whatever the human is working on. It's so
Really does. Exactly. So yeah, she sticks around the town. She comes once again across the snake charmer, and the snake bites her. But she gets to talking with her, and the snake charmer recognizes something strange about her. Obviously, she looks like a creature, so she tells Carolina that she's a whisper seeker, and that she can feel that she's being called upon by some entity, right? And decides to help her by showing her the way to a bell that will allow her to get closer. She basically guides her journey. Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? Then how do we do the regurgitation of the stone? She takes the silver stone into her mouth. I guess it might still be in her mouth. Maybe this whole thing is she didn't fully eat it, but now she decides to. Or hear me out. What if instead of eating it outright, since, you know, she's not going to get the effects from eating it of getting 1 HP this time, because we're losing that HP right after, she... Okay. She's both going to, like, blow up one of her pustules and quote-unquote eat the silver stone that turns her flesh into stone. What if, instead of eating it, she jabs the stone into one of her pustules, so it's like it starts to like fully turn her face into stone and incorporate it with the mask. She wants to like fully fuse with the mask. So she's like, you know, she just jabs the stone into her neck or something, and it just starts turning her slowly into stone. What do you think about that? One further step in her transformation. There's so many things that happen in this expedition that I feel like we need to combine them a little bit in order to have it make more sense. Let's start with that. Let's start, you know, since we haven't written it yet, let's take the sequence of events by starting with getting the silver stone back. Like, just pulls it out of her mouth and jabs it into her neck, into her pustule or something. And then she finds a snake charmer and all that. Yeah, she's starting to become one with the mask. Okay. So we continue. And the cloaked men, now lifeless and pathetic, proved useful to my quest, as they carried a valuable relic that would fund my travels. Okay, trying to like how to specifically write this. I gotta move my mic away because I'm like off to the side because of Bean. There we go. I wasn't even seeing, like, it was, my mic was in the middle of the covering the notebook. It is your fault, Bean. She stabs in her stomach. Now I feel like it would be next to the face because she wants to fuse with the mask, right? So like in her neck or something. Or, okay, she has it in her mouth currently. What if she bites it, like, turns it into a bunch of little shards and starts, like, putting those shards around her face? We can do that. We can do that. Hey, Bean. Trying to write. Yeah, I love you too. Okay, let's start with that and finish this page with that. And I took the silver stone in my mouth and crushed it. Between my teeth. What's a fancier word for jabbing? Puncturing. The key to a healthy breakfast. Piercing. And I took its shards. And pierced my own face. Breaking its pustules. And my flesh. Turned to stone. One with the mask. Hi, Bean. Closer to him. Okay, so her face is fused, or is fusing, with the mask. She now wanders the streets. I wander the streets. And the strange looks upon people's faces no longer bothered me. No longer bothered? Yeah. His smile was forever upon me. And I saw a familiar face. The snake charmer. She called upon me. With a knowing look. Asking me once more to dance with the serpent. And maybe she lets the snake bite her. And I let it bite me, knowing the father would protect me. The charmer Bean, ¿qué pasó? Bean loves attacking me today. Me and my game. Bean, do you not like Dreadfarer? Why do you keep attacking it? Give me my papers. Give me my papers. Okay. And I saw a familiar face, a snake charmer. She called upon me with a knowing look, asking me once more to dance with the serpent. Oh, I finally gained most of my table back. And I let it... Oh, being careful with that. And I let it bite me, knowing the father would protect me. The charmer, impressed, bid me to follow her. and took me to what's a shady, seedy? No. Where were the whiskers? Whisker. I was looking at Bean. Where would the Whisper Seekers hang out? A seedy bar? No. A darkened alley? A garden? And took me to a shaded... Took me to a shaded garden. She told me she was one of the Whisper Seekers. A mansion with a big private garden. I don't think the Whisper Seekers would be a cult, though. Just like a shady group that's knows like a lot of secrets and trades in them. Like, you want dirt on someone you hate, go to the Whisper Seekers. And they will know or find out. You want to know location of a forgotten place or objects? Go to the Whisper Seekers. Right, like they're the people to call upon for long forgotten knowledge. Definitely would be rich. I feel like she would be like a really unassuming old lady. She wouldn't be ostentatious. Like, I feel like most of the Whisper Seekers would be like random grannies that nobody would really like look at or suspect. One of them is rich and powerful. I'll allow you that. One of them is rich and powerful. She told me she was one of the Whisper Seekers. Guardians. Guardians of hidden truths across Lemuria. She had heard of my travels. And said, they're telling secrets around the knitting circle, exactly. And said, I know. I know you seek a garden. The father must have sent her. To me. But in exchange for her help, she asked for a price in flesh. I had to accept. I felt my fingers fused together. I needed, it's like, I needed to give up the way of the gun, and I needed to give up violence. You heard about the burn tree, Glenda? It would be named Glenda. Apparently there's a girl that was hugging it and I was looking for a garden. Don't forget the fee. We need the flesh for tomorrow. Okay. In exchange for her help, she asked for a price in flesh. I had to accept. I felt my... Well, first of all, I'm gonna add little details like that. There we go. Okay. I felt my fingers fuse together. The father was telling me you need to be more sparing. There we go. She has to give up violence. And the charmer, we'll just call her the charmer. I'm not giving her a name.
Quack.
Hey, Welsh. And the charmer took me to a place in the orchard. Hidden among the fruit trees, among the orange trees. Yeah, I guess orange trees. And with my new hands, I started to dig. And under the earth, was a bell. Fashioned from a strange skull. The charmer told me forbidden food. Can't shoot people anymore. We can, but we have to sacrifice 1 HP if we do. And we still got ammo, so we just got to be more sparing with violence. That's what the father's telling us, I think. The charmer told me to seek his voice under the waves and retreated into the shadows. And I think we're going to draw the Dragger's Bell. How about that? Let me pull up the description. Going to Surratt Remnants. The Dragger's Bell. A silent bell carved into a 3-eyed skull. Okay. Let me pull up a skull reference so I don't mess it up. It's hard to draw skulls without references for me. These eyes are too far apart. I guess there's got to be 3 eyes, right? Sparrow Exclatorith, hell yeah. Also, Bill, I love the one you made with me hunting a unicorn. Hold on, let me... pull that up for chat. It's so good. There it is. The unicorn. Poor thing. I would do that though. I'm interested in this three-eyed skull motif. Yeah, 3 extra eyes is always a good motif. I may do it too much in my art, but if it works. I want it to feel like a really old skull, so it's like missing most of the teeth. Maybe it has a metal thing here with a handle. And a chain attached. Or at least like a few links of a chain. And Twitch is tweaking. Hold on. Let me see if my stream is doing fine on my end. Oh yeah, it looks like it had a bit of an unstable few seconds. Yeah, it should hopefully come back soon. But I don't think it crashed. There was just like a little slowdown where the bitrate went down. Still don't know what's causing that. It's definitely not my computer hardware since I just changed all of it. So I think it's my ISP. Whatever it is, it's very annoying. And I wish it would not do that. Okay, we gotta figure out a third eye in a skull. I feel like maybe something like this. And we have to have like the... What's the thing inside the bell? The chime? No. What do you call that? I guess I think it's like visible from... Like the eyes or these sockets have been broken and you can see the inside of the skull. And we got a little metal chime thing inside. Also, let me know if the stream is stable again. Hopefully it should be by now, according to at least the little graph they gave you. Okay, I think that reads. Yeah, chat, let me know when stream is stable again. Hope it is. Otherwise, it's been a really long slowdown. Seems fairly solid to me. Okay, good. I was starting to get worried. I thought I might have lost you. I was gonna draw a longer chain, but then I don't like drawing chains. It's hard. You gotta do a lot of geometry in your mind. I'm too lazy for that. Shitsvara's trunk mouth. In Cladorid's mouth. I'll let you interpret that. I want to see what you come up with. Okay, I want the skull to be sort of cracked. Okay, that's a pretty decent skull, isn't it? What do you guys think? I'm gonna write the Dragger spell here, mostly because I want to scan this, maybe put it in the book. Thank you, thank you. Okay, have we done everything? We went to Nava. I mean, we stayed in Nava. We found the silver stone, which we then ate. I guess we pierced it all over our face, but you know, mechanically we ate it. We did the snake dance, which we failed. We broke our prostules that we mixed with the silver stone thing. We met the Whisper Seekers. Oh, and we got a curse. That's what we're missing. Oh, no. We got the curse. Yes, my fingers fused together. So that's this whole expedition. That's been quite an eventful expedition. We have not been able to visit anything in Surat outside of this one town, which is really funny because we got the town 3 times in a row, which, I don't know, someone please calculate the chances of getting 3 times the same D20 roll in a row. Someone who knows stats. Please calculate that for me, because that feels really, really unlucky. I was wondering, should we do her face fused? Or not yet, not yet. Maybe let's wait to see if we get any other, like, fun mutations. But now, we are going underwater, folks. I am excited for that. Yeah, next expedition, we can choose where we go. So, since we got the luxury of choosing, we are definitely going underwater. If we can afford it, actually. Can we afford going underwater? Oh no, we might not. I don't know. Let's see. Traveling gear. The submersible is $50. We can barely afford it. This says an experimental new form of transportation. The only way to reach the ruins below the waves. Comes equipped with its own suits, letting any explorer wander from the vehicle not too far. The only way to explore the Deepakara. So we are gonna explore that, the Deepakara. We're finally gonna see the 5th area. The first, it's not really a secret area because you don't. It's spelled out what you need to get to visit Akara is, you know, spelled out here. You need the Dragger spell. Okay. If you attempt to enter this area without this, record your last words before death. I love that. That was the odds. Let's read a little bit about the Deepakara before we choose, or we roll to see where we go. The deep sea contained within Lemuria is known as the Akara. While its surface is battered by harsh waves, slumber reigns deep below, as fascinating ruins and great horrors alike lie quietly in wait. Strangely, the ruins beneath Akara show no sign of having ever been above water. A terrible beast guards the water of the Deepakara, destroying ships and sinking submersibles that pass within its territory. This great serpent of old skulls. This great serpent of old skulks the mass of ancient ruins submerged beneath the waves. An ancient tribe of Lemuria, known as the Draggers, used to create these bells out of skulls of warriors that died fighting leviathans. The ringing of their rage against the deep ancient kept them at bay, so that others may travel safely through them. So, yeah, that's why we needed to get this Dragger spell. The same result on a D20 thrice in a row is 1 in 8,000. That is wild. I mean, Our Lady is obviously being influenced by the will of the father, so obviously her luck is going to be influenced by that, isn't it? Okay, let's roll a d20, folks. And we got a 7. 7 is going to be here. It's a ruin. Let's see. We get Area 7, which is a ruin. This one doesn't have a name, I think. Most areas have a name, but not in the underwater. Like some things are undiscovered, so they won't have a name, logically. Okay. A mass of underwater buildings off the coast of Motag makes up the... Oh yeah, this one has a name. It's a drowned city of Onjig. Drowned city. Yeah, makes up the drowned city of Onjig, as stated in ancient Motagi on its seaweed-covered gates. The city itself is devoid of life, save fish and octopi, but at its center still stands a great tower, atop an impressive cathedral to a forgotten god. The tower holds an old bell that, when struck, is answered by the groan of something deeper out to sea. Ooh, that's gonna be good for the story. Okay, good area we got. Now we need to get the remnants. So we roll another d20 and we get 14. So we go to Akara Remnants. And we scroll down to number 14. This one. The Abyssal Tooth. A tooth the size of a fully grown man. It is unclear which creature it might have come from. Its edge is serrated to cause as much damage as possible to whatever it hunts, eviscerating it with a single bite. This one was discarded or lost in some way. Wondering what might be able to hurt the owner of this tooth, beggars belief. So we found an enormous tooth under the sea and in a drowned city. Okay, so that is Abyssal Tooth. That is 14. And now we roll for our encounter. Oh, first of all, travel and gear. We get $10 to spend on actual gear because our travel is going to be 50, which is most of our money. So anything we can buy for $10? I don't think so, right? No. Okay. We can't spend anything on gear. We're dropping it all to travel in our submersible. Are we... No, this one, the submersible does not expose us to danger, so we're not going to have to roll to see if we get a travel encounter. So, Kara encounters. What we got is a ruin, so it's going to be one of these first encounters, and we got to roll a d4 to see which one we get. And that is number 2. So, walking in your suit round the corner, you come face to face with a skeleton somehow standing in your path. Inside its steel-worn bones, eels writhe and twists as it raises its arms for you. Choose. First option is if we have a harpoon. We don't. We're broke. Also, we're spending 10. We only have $10 left. I shouldn't have gambled most of our money. Oh well. So, do we run or do we fight? Folks, do we run from the skeleton covered in eels? Or do we stand and fight? What would our character do? I feel like on the one hand, she always fights. On the other, she has just been told, quote unquote, by the father, through the curse of the knitting of her flesh, that she has to like lay off violence a little bit. She's very violent. So maybe she runs? Although it's not a person. It's eels. So I don't think she would... Maybe she wouldn't feel that applies here. Chat, what do you think? Do we run or do we fight? I want to hear your thoughts. I drink some tea. No, no tea left. While I drink some water. This girlie does not know how to run. That's true. She has never run from an encounter. I don't know if she's physically capable. Bean, what do you think? He's too sleepy. Okay, we fight. We fight, folks. So, we fight. Roll a d4. We get a 4. Okay, on 1, 2, 3, it catches your fist, twisting your hand and painfully breaking a finger. Ooh, that would be even worse if with the knitted flesh. Losing 4 HP, that would be really painful. But on a 4, which we got, you crack it square in the skull and it crumbles. The eel's scattered, and inside you find a sparkling green gem, which can be sold for $120 at the next camp. Yes! We are not broke anymore, folks. We are so back. $130. Okay, so yeah, we got really lucky, honestly. Gonna mark it here as eel fights. Do we get anything else? Yeah, we got the abyssal tooth. Should we do our choices now? Because we managed to, you know, recover the tooth. We get the money from the fight. Now we get when we get back with the tooth, the hunger wouldn't activate because the tooth is the size of a person. So, you know, you'd probably have to hoist it up to shore. It's not something you can just carry normally. So, you know, doesn't apply. It's not edible. But Little Brother can apply here and basically give us, make us get a curse. So let's roll. And that is a 2. So Little Brother does not activate. Little Brother is really silent. So we don't keep the tooth. We get to do whatever we want with it after. And yeah, we'll choose what we do. In any case, we are at 24 out of 25 corruption, which means we could essentially, if we sell it in any way, we're gonna get another curse, and we're gonna be up to 7, which is really close. The eye from the god particle photo, that's a deep cut. The particle accelerated the same entity. You know what? Why not? Yes, they are. Let's say yeah. Well, we'll see what we do with the artifact. For now, let's try to put all of these elements together. We are going under the water. Please help me. I don't know. Hopefully you've seen that video. It's really funny. I am under the water. Okay. So we take a submarine. We make it to this ancient drowned city where we find a skeleton. We're dragging this bell with us. So it's fun that we find a skeleton enemy right immediately, right? How do we tie everything together? I don't feel like the tooth has such such a good match with the rest, like what's going on right now. I guess we haven't been called by the voice down, so we're kind of stumbling. We haven't found the garden quite yet, right? We've just been told to go underwater by this lady, but the voice hasn't activated yet. It'll actually activate soon, like in the next expedition, but in this one, we're sort of on our own exploration. So yeah, maybe she just heads down and tries to find something, stumbles around for a bit. And so, with the feathers, gift, I headed under the water. Under the sea, they call. Akara. We're set to finally take a bath. Oh my god, imagine how she smells, like... Imagine how she smells. And she's even worse now. Like now there's not even a distinction between her flesh and the mask anymore. I love how twisted she's becoming. I headed under the sea they call Akara. If the garden was not there, I knew I would. At least find a clue, hear his voice. It's under the water. I love that you clip that. Okay, I descended. To the ruins. That once were drowned. Beneath the waves. Oh yeah, right, there's a big... Okay, in the area we're going to, this drowned city, there's a big tower with a bell. We've just received a bell. So she's definitely going there to ring it. Something. A word in Spanish. A bell is una campana. Really funny word. Descended into the ruins that were drowned beneath the waves. And the forces of the ocean tried to stop me, but they could not. And I climbed a tall tower. And rung its bell. And something ran back. His voice. Closer than ever. You're gonna see the underwater deep sea cat. That is the father, can you imagine? Okay, so the story here works well. What we haven't like quite integrated is the fact that she finds a huge tooth and sells it. Does the tooth belong to the father now? Okay, idea. One of the options we got for artifacts is not to sell them, but to leave them where they are, or you know, in their rightful place, which essentially tells you, you know, you can get no money, but you get you lose some corruption, right? You lose 1d4 of corruption. We are really close to getting a new curse. If we sell this, we're getting a new curse. We're up to 7. We're in the danger zone for curses. It might be smart to leave this one behind because it doesn't have any significance to her. So if we leave it behind, or simply just ignore it, because I don't think it fits the story. So maybe, like, you know, she doesn't even write about it, but she sees this enormous tooth and she doesn't even care about its value. And she leaves it there. She doesn't remove it at all. Is that cheating a little bit because it doesn't fit the story too much? Maybe, but I don't want to have like a whole paragraph just like explaining it away. So I think I'll do that. The rules are just for us to make a story, aren't they? She's like, what the heck is that? Don't care, I'm leaving. Exactly. It's like, I'm literally hearing the voice of my god right now. Fuck that. Fuck that noise. So yeah, we leave it. Yeah, we return it. We take the remnants back to its rightful cultural resting place if it exists. We remove 1d4 of corruption and gain no money. And we lose 1 corruption. Okay. We're 20. Was 1, yeah? 23 out of 25. I guess it makes sense that we didn't lose too much because we didn't like return it to anyone it belonged to. We just kind of forgot about it. You finding God, thanks, boo. Okay, so that is that expedition. Now, here's the thing where I might actually bend the rules a little bit. We are leading the story in the direction that the voice, and the voice would activate now, right? But the voice only gives us 4 options. It doesn't include the 5th option of underwater, which kind of, I feel like the story is heading us there, isn't it? So, what if we let the voice... We find some way of like, either we ignore, we just hand wave it and said the voice is leading us underwater. We're just gonna keep heading there and ignore this for a few expeditions for story reasons, or we find some way of like changing the odds so that, you know, we add this 5th area into the randomness. And yeah, I guess, yeah, 5 times 4 is 20. So we could do like Surprise 1 to 4, 5 to 8 is Motag, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. And then 16 to 20 is Akara. That way we have equal chances. Let's do that. Just to give her, you know, give the voice a chance to go. To lead us underwater too. Because, you know, maybe the garden isn't underwater. The garden might just be...
Oui.
The garden might just be somewhere else. I feel like the garden is probably just wherever she dies. You might make her find the garden if she just dies prematurely. Otherwise, we'll, you know, we can seek a specific place. Well, let's see what we get. Whoa, that was a 3. Okay, we're going back to Sarab, baby. I feel like we just left from there to go underwater. So like maybe something happens as she's as she's like coming up to shore from this one expedition. And yeah, let's figure it out. Thankfully, she didn't need to sell any remnants because she got 120 bucks from the big green gemerald. So that's good. That way we have money. We have 130. Since we are traveling to the area with Surround, we're going to be able to restock in the middle. But first, let's roll a die. If I get I think it's a 12. If I get the same port again, I wouldn't even be mad because it would just be so funny to get like 4 times the same in a row. But let's see. It's number 12, I think. I just want to know what we're looking for. Yeah, if we get a 12, it'll be extremely funny. I'm not gonna cook the dice. The die. Don't worry. No way! Chat! That is a 12! No fucking way! What are the chances? Okay. The chances to get it to get the same area 3 times in a row. And I guess it's not technically in a row, but like within the same area, within Surround. The chances of getting 3 times in a row, where 1 in 8,000, 4 times in a row is gonna be like that times a 20th. So yeah. Wild. Someone calculate the odds of that for me. That is incredibly funny. Perhaps the garden can't be seen by a normal human. She's gathering curses to become something more. I like that. She is the garden. Okay, so we're going to Nava again. Oh my god. Have a 4th time. Now for an artifacts. Oh, we're super zoomed in. I can't believe the odds of that. And you saw me, I didn't cook the numbers. That was a legit throw. 1 in 160,000. Oh my god. Now we know the odds. We know the odds. She's just blessed like that. Carolina is clearly chosen by her god. We just really like Nava. We can't get enough of Nava. It probably, like, we have, what, 1 in, I guess, 50% chances of getting the same encounter, because it's 4 encounters. So we'll see what we can do with that. You know, and the fun thing about repeating an encounter is that you can build some continuity. So I think, like, repeating encounters is actually pretty fun if you, like, roll with it. So, like, oh, we get the Snake Charmer again. We know this lady now. Like, we have a history with her now. Like, oh, we can talk to her, maybe. Ask her for guidance. Something like that. Or if we get the bandaged people that we just killed recently, maybe, you know, it's their friends and they're come back for vengeance because we just killed their friends. Something like that. Anyway, now we get a remnant. If it's a Silverstone, okay, that's a 9. Which is, it's not the Silverstone, it's a new thing. It's a statuette of a Musif. This crude figure of straw and clay represents a Musif, the pack animals used by desert traders. Despite its crude construction, its eyes are made of precious rubies. This item likely belonged to a deceased child of the trader caravans and was kept as a way to memorialize them. Under a certain light, The eyes of the Musif appear to follow you, as if somehow alive. So yeah, there's definitely like the spirit of a dead kid inside the statuette. I liked writing this one. I remember writing this one. I was one of the first ones. Because all the Syrah stuff, like the specifically the locations and the artifacts for Syrah, were the first things we like ever wrote. So that was like kind of, you know, getting into the style and the vibe of the game and stuff. Eat. Oh yeah, we can definitely eat this one. Eat the soul of a child. And now we roll once again. Or first we prepare. We gotta prepare the travel before we roll the encounter. So let's go traveling gear. How do we travel? We got 130 bucks. We are called by the voice, so we gotta spend as much as we can. Meaning, I guess we come from underwater. So coming from deep ocean, like taking a plane, doesn't make a lot of sense. So I feel like it should be the ship fare. Breaking the rules a little bit, but it's just, it wouldn't make sense to come back from the ocean in a plane when you arrived in a ship. Okay, so pay the ship fare. We're left at 90 bucks. And we have to roll a d4, and if it lands on a 1, we get a new encounter. That's a 4, so we don't get an encounter. And we got to choose new gear. We could get an antidote since we don't have one, and we have like 1 in 4 chances of getting poisoned again by the snakes. So let's get an antidote. And yeah, I don't think there's anything else we should pay for. We should keep enough money to take the submersible next time because we want to go underwater. So yeah, we should keep at least 50 bucks. If we get the snake charmer, hey, maybe we can gamble 20 bucks, but no more than that because we want to get 50. They're just walking out of the water. Looking like the swamp thing. If we hit 5 times now, that's 1 in 3.2 million. Oh my god. Okay, so we have chosen our travel method, no specific encounters. We just make it back to shore, make it back to the port of Nava, where we left. We are spending so much time in the port of Nava. It's like a second home at this point. And now we roll for our encounter. Let's see. We're Syrah encounters, specifically the town ones. And we roll a d4. Let's see if we get a repeat at 50-50. That is a 3. Did we get a 3? Oh, look at that. That's a new one, I think. Stop right there. A local guard walks up behind you, clamping his hand down on your shoulder. We've had a tip-off. You've taken something extremely important from our land. Hand it over, and we'll say no more. We gotta choose one. We hand over a remnant, gaining 1 corruption. We hand over $40, gaining 2 corruption. We hand ourselves in, losing $10 and all held items. Or we attempt to intimidate the militiaman. Which we gotta do a roll for. Oh, wait, this one... Is this one incomplete? I mean, I think it might have just been copied over. Like, the results for the intimidation thing has been cut off, I think. Okay, gotta fix that. Surat town encounter 3 missing, and glad I caught that. In any case, we don't have a remnant we are willing to hand over, but there is an option that gains us corruption. Whenever there's an option that gains us corruption, little brother comes into play. So we gotta let the little brother get his choice. Let's see, if we get a 1, we gotta take the option with the most corruption, which is bribing the guard. And that is, it's a 4, so we can take any option. We're not locked in. I don't want to hand myself in and lose all my held items. I think we attempt to intimidate the militiaman, but we're missing the end of this, so I'm just gonna like pull it over from the actual documents, which should be fully written. Yeah, here. Let's see. Encounters Sarah. Okay, so so the result was written. It's just like it was probably not copied over. It's fine. I think we attempt to intimidate the militiaman. I know you know, the gods have been trying to tell us not to swear off violence, but I think it's the best option here. Are we not gonna shoot him? We're just intimidating him. So we can actually use the Winchester, I feel like. Because we're not like shooting the Winchester. It's just kind of using it as a show of strength. So we roll a d4 and we add 2 if we have a Winchester. We also have studies in the Lemurian language. Maybe this should be an or, because otherwise you add 1 and then add 2 and you always get a 4. Yeah, let me fix that. Mark that as an edit. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna use our Winchester, even though we can't shoot it, to intimidate this militiaman. And we roll a d4. And we get a 3 plus 2, you know, its maximum is 4. So this reads, the militiaman looks you up and down, assessing the situation. Actually, I probably shouldn't listen to tips from a drunkard. Forget I said anything. He says as he lets go of your shoulder. So we've successfully intimidated this random town guard who's trying to like shake us up to get money or a remnant, but we have managed to succeed, come off of this intimidation check with no harm, which it was a pretty hard one. So hi Bean. Oh, you're so stretchy. You are a stretchy boy. So, to put it all together, we have come back from our underwater expedition. We have made it to the same port where we left from Nava. We have, and our encounter is a guard tries to intimidate us. We don't give him anything, or tries to like shake us up. We intimidate the guard and we successfully shake him off. And after this, we find the Musif statuette, which is our remnant for the day. How do we find the statuette? I don't know how much the gun had to do with it. He probably just saw your face and decided to nope out. Honestly, yeah. that does sound right. Bean, no dice for you. You have been really hard to control around the dice. Yeah, you have. You are a little beast. Okay. How do we connect Musif statue and this whole garden counter? We don't have to necessarily connect it, right? Like the garden counter can be something that happens. Bean, please. The garden counter might be something that just happens on the way to somewhere where we find the statue. Maybe we go back to see the Whisper Secret Lady. And that's who we ask for help. And maybe she gives us the statue. Also, okay, this might play into it. So let's roll for the decision now. Once we get the statuette, do we eat it and do we sell it? First, let's roll for little brother. So once again, we need to get between a 2 and a 4. Like if we get a 1, little brother takes the decision for us. And we got a 4. Little brother, very silent guy. He's not trying to take over our bodies quite yet. It's still growing. It's still growing. Now, it's a statuette. It's a small thing. So I'm going to consider this artifact edible. Being considered edible, the hunger takes effect. Edible artifacts, we got to roll a d4. If we get a 1 or a 2, we eat it. We gain max health. So, folks, let's try. We get a 4 once again. Good luck with the rolls right now. That means we can do anything. We don't eat it. So we can actually sell it. That said, if we sell it for a lot of money, we currently got $70. We can sell this to get a bunch of money, but that'll give us 3 corruption. If we get 3 corruption, we get a curse. Unless I blow up one of my pustules and lose 1 max HP. So we could let our max HP go down to 7, which is risky, but not get a... or at least be less likely to get cursed. Folks, should we get cursed? Should we let the curse happen and go up to 7 curses? Or are we not risking it? We are corruption maxing.
Waiter, more curses, please.
that image of a pit bull with a cute little face that says waiter. Can someone edit that to say curses and put it on the Discord? I would love to see that. Okay, let's let the curse happen. I say we sell it to the black market, get a load of money, and get a curse. So let's roll for all of that so we can incorporate it into the story, because that way maybe we find some way to tie it together well. So let's see. First of all, we're going to go here to turn, where we have all the numbers. Oh, there we go. So, auction. we sell it off. We got a d20 times 20. So we roll our d20. And, oh, sorry, Bean. We got an 18. God damn. Okay. Not bad. That's 18 times 20. That's 180 times 2. 280, 360. Okay, 360 plus 70. 430, if I am correct. We're swimming it in money. So we're 430, and we get 3 corruption. So we are jumping up to 26 corruption. We gain a curse, and thus, you know, the next curse is at 30. And oh, Bean, please don't press on keys. Thank you. Love you. No. No. You stay here. You stay right here. Okay. You can do that. No, we're not popping pustules. We're letting the curses happen. We're curse maxing, folks. We're going for up to our 7th curse, or actually, first of all, let's roll, because we have 1 in 4 chances of locking out by, you know, getting a curse we already had. So, let's just roll a d20. We got an 11. And 11 is... Dun, dun, dun. No, I thought it was a little brother. No, it's a curse we didn't have, so we do get a curse. We are 3 curses away from fully dying, but it's a fitting end for her. Okay. This curse is called Hand of the Fool King. Anytime your hands touch one of your possessions, it turns into a shiny golden metal. Despite its appearances, though, it is no more than a useless and brittle chunk of pyrite. You must now wear gloves that you have lent or stolen to avoid turning all your objects into fool's gold. So, you know, it's like the Hand of Midas, but instead of turning everything to gold, you turn it into fool's gold, so it's not even valuable. At the end of each expedition, roll a d4. If the result is a 2 or less, you must choose an item you have accidentally touched and lose it. So, let me note all of this down. Hand of the Fool King. Which, considering we also have knitted flesh, we must wear not just gloves, we must wear mittens. Which I guess would also hide her really weird hands. Smite us, but worse. That's exactly it. Okay. So after expedition, roll d4. 1 and 2, lose an item. Okay. So we have obtained our new curse. And now we roll for after this expedition. We haven't quite written it yet, but after this expedition, do we lose one of our items? We got a 4, so no, we don't. But I guess it fits her character, because she is like purposefully turning herself to stone to match the mask. So having hands made out of golden metal, I guess it doesn't say their hands are made of the metal, but it works. If it works, it works. Okay. So let's write this down. Let's see how we can hit it. And I think we call it there for the stream after that. So yeah, I think that's fitting. Which would leave us like, I think this character has like one stream left in her, and you know, she's gaining curses at high speed. She gained 2 today, so she's probably got one curse left, one stream left of finishing her story. Probably next week, although maybe tomorrow. We'll figure that out. For now, let's write. And then we figure out what we do tomorrow, because I wanted to do some Dreadfarer arts. But maybe we do it with the story? I don't know. In any case, let us write what happened after coming back from the ocean. Does she find the statuette in the markets? Does she visit a previous character, like the guy she blinded? Okay, chat. Let's choose. Option A. She visits the guy that she blinded, that, you know, she stole the Silverstone from. Or she encounters him somehow. And that's how she gets, maybe she steals one more artifact from him, just to be extra mean. Or option B, she meets up with the Whisper Seeker from before, like the old lady with the snake. And and that's how she obtains the statuette. Like it's given to her by the old lady. I feel like if she's gonna say she fell down a hole.
She fell down a hole.
So I feel like if she's gonna sell the statuette, which, you know, we've already chosen that. If she's gonna sell it, she can't have like a high attachment to it. So maybe if it was given to her by the lady.
Down.
If it was given to her by the lady, the Whisper Seeker lady, it would probably be in some sort of significance, like there's a sign from the father or something like that. If it is stolen from the guy that she hates, she would have no problem selling it. Okay, so could be she's thinking about like financing her next trip underwater, and how a fare on the submersible is really expensive. So she thinks about getting one more of the blind guy's items. Going back to his house. Just intimidating the guy. Let me see, Val. The kiss! That's very good. Oh, where is it? Oh, here. Comfortable. Beautiful. I can't believe another ship exists now. Okay. So she's gonna encounter the guy from before. How does he justify just outright stealing from him? Maybe he's at the market and she like stumbles upon him. Or she believes the hooded men that attacked her like a little bit, a day or two ago, that she killed, were sent by the blind guy. Blind guy as in the guy she just blinded. So she has like a bone to pick. He's like, you sent guys after me to kill me. Now I'm gonna kill you. Might be a little too mean even for her. Or is it? I'll just write it to see what comes out. Okay, how do we start that? Unfortunately, regrettably, I could not stay. Under the water for long. So I had to make... I'm not doing cursive anymore. I forgot cursive. My way back to the port. To finance my next expedition. Yeah, the voice tells her to attack this guy. I like that. The voice is always a good excuse. Upon reaching the shore, a faithless city guard attempted to intimidate me. But upon me calling the name of the father and showing him my weapons, my weapon finger, he quickly retreated. Okay, now how do we get from here to the blind guy? She's at the market selling her stuff because she got like a gem emerald and stuff in the last expedition, so it would make sense that she would go to the market to sell it. I went to the markets. To sell what I had, to sell my wares. Not wares, right? It's just sell the trinkets. I had for the next expedition. For the next voyage. But I did not have enough. That is when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. The man. The faithless. Oaf. Should I call him an oaf? Yeah. The faithless oaf. Who tried to trap me into his house. He who sent the hooded men to kill me. Kill me, the enemy. The enemy of the father. She's angry. You should zoom in, but Bean is in the middle. Makes it a bit hard. Remind me to save. Control S. Yeah, good. You got a new sketchbook to play Dreadfarer? Hell yeah. Okay. So I saw him, the faithless oaf who tried to trap me into his house. Trap me in his house. He who sent the hooded men to kill me, the enemy of the father. Blinded, as he was blinded from my cunning escape. He did not see. He did not foresee my strike. I feel like she just like lunges at him in the middle of a crowded market. This poor blind man. You draw the logo on the front with acrylic markers. Ooh, that's fun. I like it. He fell. And something. Uh-oh. Synonym of fell. Something fell from his pocket. Band, thank you for the follow. Something tumbled out of his pocket. Out of his bag. Several guards converged upon us, and I had to escape. Yes, instead of something here, it should be a statuette. A statuette tumbled out of his bag. Several guards converged upon us, and I had to escape. Or maybe before dealing the killing blow. Took the statue to sell. And quickly took my leave. Okay, there we go. So he assaulted this old man and took his stuff. He's fucked up. The title of the music is fit. Yeah, I need to move things. It's because of the... I moved everything for Dreadfarer, so some of the things are a little bit broken. You can follow me on Blue Sky. Did not know you streamed here. Oh, welcome, band. It's good to have you here. Cunning escape, girlie. You assaulted him and now you're doing it again. No, it's just... He's an enemy of the father. You don't understand. The best way to know when Val streams is through Discord. Yeah, I post my schedules on Discord and stuff. There's a specific... If you go on the Discord, there's a channel called Val's Operating Room, and you can get a specific role that'll get you pinged when that happens. If you're not interested in like seeing the engaging with the rest of the server, that's absolutely fine. I am also in a lot of servers, and I don't check most of them. Okay, so he just assaulted a guy and stole his stuff. But you know, it's an enemy of the father, so it is all is justified in the search for the father and his garden. So that completes this encounter, or this this expedition. We've been doing really good. Our health is still super high. What we're not doing so good in his curses. Our money, we have a ton of money. So yeah, that just leaves it really easy for us on the next stream where we play this character. We're just going to continue going down into the water and see where we find what we find there. I think it's just we're just going to seek the garden down there and see if yeah, see if we either die from too many curses from being silly down there, or you know, if we actually find something where we can give it a sort of more narrative end. In any case, I think this character has like one stream ahead of her, basically. She has currently filled, let's see, how many pages? 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 pages. Honestly, pretty good. That's so far. This has been a really good run for this character. It's a chunk of this diary, but we'll see. After this character finishes, either because narratively it makes sense to finish her story, or because she dies, we might maybe like more sporadically play with like other little characters to show more parts of Dreadfarer. But yeah, okay. Planning though. I'm streaming again tomorrow, as you probably know, and if you didn't, now you do. I'm streaming tomorrow, and tomorrow, oh, make me self-promote. Promote the game, yes. Thank you for the command. Yeah, you got two versions you can get. You can get the digital-only version, which will get you that PDF I've been scrolling through all stream. So you get like the PDF version of it, and you can just get a notebook and fill it out yourself, like I've been doing right now. Or you can pre-order the printed version of it. Click the link, you'll see some previews of the printed version. It looks amazing. It's a thick little book, and yeah, that way you can play it anytime, or you can take it around. You can play with friends. There's a different 2-player rule sets where like some of the rules are modified, so you can play it with friends as well. Or yeah, you can just play the base game on your own, of course. And yeah, the printed version is still going to take a little while to get printed. We're aiming for hopefully the next few weeks. And but yeah, we're still like editing things. As you can see, like, you know, there was an encounter that was missing a chunk. So, you know, went over that. We got to go over these little things and fix the typos, fix little stuff like that. We're going to add some of the drawings I've been making during these streams, like the Stranger's Bell, I don't know, little areas like the standing stones. Yeah, little things like that I've been drawing. And we're going to place them around the book to just add a little bit more art. And tomorrow in the stream, I don't know if we're going to actually play more Dreadfarer. We might play a little bit of it, maybe one expedition, but the main thrust of the stream is going to be making art for Dreadfarer, but not little drawings like I did today, like these little, hold on, we can zoom into the drawings I did today. I did a little time lapse of our main character, how she starts and slowly gets corrupted and becomes a monster. And yeah, we can do another little drawing of her with fused to the mask like she is now. But yeah, the main thrust of the stream is gonna be making photo edits like the one you see on the cover and all the interior ones in the book. There's a couple things I still want to make edits for. There's a couple like half-finished ones I want to do. So yeah, I want to like have a bit more art before it ships. And yeah, there's a couple areas that are like missing more art. So yeah, I just want like every like area, all the areas, all the artifacts, like tables, to have a bit of art. Max Hour, thank you for the follow. You say the kind of corn. Is it sweet corn? I do not like sweet corn. I cannot condone that. But yeah, we're going to be making photo edits for Dreadfarer. If you've seen some of the interior ones I've been making over the past year or so, I can see some here. Like this is a living stone. That's the cover. There's a bunch of locations that have illustrations for them. And there's a bunch of artifacts that have illustrations. You've already seen that one. So yeah, a bunch of them. So you'll see those throughout the book. The Ghost Buckeye and the Bloodbark tree are actually for this game. If you've seen those on their own, they're actually made for this, you know. And I posted like alternative versions of them online as well. But yeah, it's missing like I want to say a couple of items, a couple of remnants, and then I wanted to do a couple photos for like the camp area where you're like restocking between expeditions, and the museum where you drop off your remnants. You know, those could use illustrations. Those would be simpler. Like it's just finding a couple pictures of camps. So that'll be a little bit more straightforward, I feel like. And yeah, that's I think what we're gonna do tomorrow. Try to finish little things like that. You gotta get your local game shop know about Dreadfarer. Do let them know there's they can get like if you get in touch with them, they can get like a pack of, I don't know, like 10 or 20 or something if they want to sell it themselves. And yeah, if they get in touch with us, like we can probably give them like a retail sort of price for buying a few in bulk. That's always an option. So do let them know if that sounds something that might be interesting to your local game shop. But yeah, y'all, that's gonna do it for us this stream. I hope you enjoyed this little gameplay of Dreadfarer. I certainly did. I'm having a lot of fun with this character, just like figuring her out and trying to see where her story goes, because I think that the fun of this is that you can plan your character up to an extent, up to a point. Like I sort of know where I want her to go. We were like, and through the decisions you take, like we are corruption maxing because I wanted to have a lot of curses. I feel like it fits the character as she's slowly becoming a monster. But you know, you're also tied by the randomness of how all of this works, and you have to like improvise and adapt there. I don't know. I think that makes it quite fun. And as you know, having planned this game for a long time, actually seeing that playing through it is fun is like a huge relief for me. I was like, this might suck. I've been writing for a year and this might suck. But I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I hope it doesn't to you guys, at least watching it. So yeah, y'all, that is gonna do it for us this stream. Bean, do you want to say bye? Right there. Yeah, there. You want to say bye? All right, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you again. Ooh, big yawn. I will see you again tomorrow for more Dreadfarer stuff. So stay tuned for that. Until then, folks, take care.